Hello farmers, and welcome back to Farming Simulator 25 on the map New Hope with our horses. Yes, we're doing horses on New Hope. We started yesterday and got a lot of work done yesterday. I'm pretty pleased of currently where we stand, besides on a fence. Also, yes, Sam did arrive yesterday. He had a nickname yesterday, but today his name is technically now Sam. So Sam is back. Getting used to his new surroundings here. He's sniffing around. We'll see if at some point if he does make his way down to the pond over there and go for a little bit of a swim, but we'll see later on. Hello, John, Doc, and Did Smooth. Welcome. Hope you guys are having a good Saturday so far. That's right. It is Saturday. The weekend is here. We got some farming to do. We're still technically in the first month that we are here, so I was thinking overnight exactly how we're going to do this, because I do have a $3 million loan, and between the loan payments, some property fees, paying our workers, and using a horse helper to train and clean our horses, we're going to be paying about $20,000 to $25,000 a month from all those fees. And currently the only income we're going to be having is we got some lettuce over at the greenhouse. I'm not sure if one greenhouse is going to be enough, so I think we're going to buy and put down a second one, and hopefully that'll be enough. And I still would like to make a profit each month, because I would like to buy some stuff. That would be kind of good. I mean, we did buy a good amount of stuff overnight. Well, not overnight, sorry, but in the first day here. But we got more to do, of course. Today we'll be starting off by finishing up putting lime down in our only field that we currently have. We are doing precision farming. And yeah, if you're wondering why, and you weren't here yesterday, why we plowed some of the field, not the others, well, the tram lines. So yeah, the tram lines needed to go, so they are now gone. So I don't have to worry about those, because I don't need tram lines. Well, let's go ahead and throw down some lime, get the pH value near perfect in this field. As we know, spreading lime, it's hard to get it near perfect, but we'll get as close as we can. Hello, Miles. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. See, I'm down, we had, like I said, $3 million loan, so I had $3 million. We started with absolutely nothing, so we had to buy the land, all the equipment. Currently, all the equipment you see here is what we own. I don't have anything leased. So that $3 million, I'm down to my last $117,000. Like I said, we're going to buy another greenhouse, which I think is like $33,000 for the greenhouse. Because like I said, that's going to be the only money we got coming in every month. And right now, the lettuce, I do have the lettuce on storing, because we're going to sell it. I'm not going to put down a little market or the farmer's market to get an extra 20% from that. We're going to sell it at the sell points that the map has and go from there. I don't want to be earning too much money too fast. That's the only thing. I mean, it's nice to earn money fast. I mean, in real life, I'd be like, heck yeah. Give me that money. But here, I kind of want to go a little bit of a slower pace, which sounds kind of weird, seeing that some people say we go at a slow pace anyways. A good old Deutz 8 is what we have here. 287 horsepower, I think it is. Hello, Jill. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday as well. Thank you for dropping on in. Also, I was talking yesterday about splitting this field up for next season, putting like half oats and half poppy. But after seeing what I got for the harvest on it the first year, I'm thinking I'm going to have to replant this entire field with oats again. I think we're going to have just enough food to get by the first year with the horses. So yeah, this field here alone with oats is probably what we're going to need. We should get a better harvest next season, because the nitrogen level in this field was not the greatest. So we should see a little bit of an increase in yield next year. But yeah, this field might have to stay oats. We're going to be making another field here today during the stream. I don't know if it'll be in August, but today we're going to make another field. I want to plant some poppy down. And poppy will just be selling straight up when the best price comes for it. It's just a crop type that's on this map, and I want to give it a go and just have a look at it. I was having some look at some productions last night, just trying to see what else we could do that, you know, something I have not done yet. And I got a couple of ideas, but that'll be further on down the road. I was looking for some productions that could earn us some cash, but not a whole lot as well. I just need to get my head above water for a little bit. So after we get done spreading lime here, yep, we'll put down another greenhouse. And then I think we'll go to September. That way I can kind of get a good idea of how much we are spending at midnight. And how much we're going to be making from our lettuce. I'm going to also need to buy a trailer to transport the lettuce to be sold. So we'll see how it goes. Hello, Panther Killer. Welcome. Hope your Saturday has been going well so far. Yeah, there's a couple more pieces of equipment that we're going to need here on the farm at some point. A windrower, so when I make hay, I can windrow it back up so our baler can pick it up. And, of course, a drill and a planter. So, actually, it's three things I kind of need. Unless I go with a momentum, which will do pretty much all the crop types. But, you know, I'm trying to use different pieces of equipment as we go forward. I don't want to be using the same stuff all the time. So, no crops to plant in the fall. I was actually looking at contracts just to see what the other two fields are. There are two other fields on the map that are owned by NPCs, and I was looking to see what was available for contracts. One of the fields wants to be harvested. It'll pay me $4,000 to harvest it. I mean, I do got the equipment to harvest it. I could probably just go down with a harvester because the field is rather small. I could probably just go down with my harvester and harvest the field. Of course, it'd be $4,000 plus whatever I get extra. I'm probably just going to sell a crop if we decide to do it. Hope I got enough lime to finish off this field, but if not, well, we'll have to go buy some. Hour behind you, just getting started. I feel that it doesn't matter what time I get up during the day. I don't feel like my day is really getting started until I start streaming usually. Even though I get up and I'm doing stuff, I'm not a morning person, so it takes me a couple hours to get in the rhythm for the day. Problem I have is I am a night person. Always have been, it seems like. So it doesn't feel like I'm really going until about 10 o'clock at night, which sucks. Yeah, this field is actually a pretty decent sized field. I think we ended up getting about 50,000 liters of oats off this field. All of it went to the horses. Yeah, I don't think I'm going to have enough lime to finish this off. Oh yeah, I also need to put down a house for myself. When I mean a house, it's going to be the hobo hut. I think it's only like $1,000 to put on down. Need some place to sleep. Allow me to get to the end of the road, and I'll go fill up with some lime. I mean, I do want to create another field today, so I'm going to need lime for that as well. Worked 18 years graveyard until you're retired. So you're probably used to the nightlife as well. It's hard to get your body to switch your cycle after doing it for that long, I'm sure. So currently the only thing we got in our farmyard is the hut and the silo. This is where the farmyard is going to be. But of course it's going to take a little while to get there. Hello Arctic Sim Guy, welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Like New Hope map, but no hope for the horses. I don't, I don't know much about the butchery that we were kind of talking about yesterday. I don't know if the butchery takes horses, but I don't think I want to bring horses to the butchery. Maybe chickens I would. But until I get my first month under our belt, I'm not really sure how our finances are going to be. I am pleased though. We ended up getting we did get a second tractor yesterday, so that's just having one tractor on the farm. That's good for like day one. But by the time you get to your second day, it's like, I need a second tractor. That way you can get yourself a worker working somewhere, or, you always need at least 2 tractors. It's hard to run a farm with just one tractor. As for the soil sampler, that's something I'm not sure if I'm going to buy one or not. I mean, they're only 17,000. I'll have to see when I create the other field if I want to. We'll see how much it is to do the soil sampling. Because you do pay quite a bit for it to be done automatically. I mean, you got to pay for the soil samples yourself anyways if you have the sampler. It's just one of those things I always fight with myself as, yeah, in the beginning, when you need the money, save the money, soil sampler comes in handy. But once your farm is really making a lot of money, then you look at soil sampling and you're thinking to yourself, it's only 10 grand to do soil sampling. I usually just end up buying it like I did at the end of Dark Forest. And this field needed some lime in some spots by quite a bit. Going to overlap here a little bit, but it's not going to affect it too much. I was also thinking about actually getting a full horse stable. Right now we got 8 horses. It does hold 16. But I'm a little bit worried if I get 16 horses, there's a possibility I won't have enough oats to get me through a full year. hay is not going to be a problem. We got meadow grass everywhere. All right, so there is that taken care of. Next step, buy another greenhouse, because that's what's going to be helping us out earn the money every month. The greenhouse, and also buy the trailer to load up the pallets of lettuce. So right now, the only shed we got is back here. This shed back here is mostly for just the bales currently for the horses, straw and hay. But since money is tight, it's the only shed we got. This is where I'm parking all of our equipment currently. Again, like I said, the farmyard's going to be on the other side of these trees. Trying to make sure I leave myself room to get to other stuff, but really I'm trying to leave myself room to get to the mowers. But if I'm using the mowers, more than likely I'm going to need the tedder, which I'm parking in front of anyways. Not even close to backing up to that. Not even close. Alright, let's go into the construction menu. Probably the first thing we need to do is level this out for the next greenhouse. Making sure we're all on the same ground together. Alright, let's go up to here. Factories, greenhouses. Make sure I get the right one. Let's see if I put it... more over like this. There we go. Alright, and then let's go ahead and paint the ground. And then I gotta level this out here. Or smooth it out. That way it doesn't look as bad. There, that'll work. Alright, so I'm down to 82,000. Let's pop in here. And we'll activate the lettuce. Oops, I picked up the tractor instead of shutting the door. Did that fill up with water? It did. Let's go get some more water. So we're all set for the day. Because we do have 3 greenhouses here. The small greenhouse behind us, that is actually making carrots for the horses. You know, if I thought about it, which I did not at the time, I should have made the pond extend for the horses out to here so I can just fill up. I wonder if I'm close enough. Nope. Not really. Yeah, the horses are like, don't take my water. I mean, we just got the water down here anyway, so it's not like I gotta go too far. It's a little deep. There, now it's in the water for sure. Let's go ahead and check the sale page, just to remind myself and others. Alright, nothing here that we need. Might as well wait until morning of September to see what's for sale. Maybe I'll get lucky. I mean, the trailer I want to auto-load the pallets is not that expensive to begin with. But if I can get a deal on it, let's get a deal on it. All right, I'll put the time scale to ×3 at this point. So yeah, we're still, like I said, in the first month of us being here on New Hope. Started in August, we're still in August. We got a lot done, but it's time to move on to September. And we can kind of see how we do financially overnight, how much of a hit we're going to take. Might be more than I'm thinking. I'm thinking 20 to 25,000. I think the loan payment is 17. And boy, that needs to be a little bit smoother going up through there, doesn't it? Smoothing tool. So the horses will be producing manure, as we know, but it looks like we're not going to be getting that much manure. Alright, so I do need myself a nice little place to sleep. Again, we're just going to be starting off with a hobo hut, not much excitement there, but eventually we'll have ourselves some kind of a place to sleep that's pretty well off. I think we'll just stick it right in here for now. So, farmhouses, scroll on down. So we got a doormat for 5, a bench for 50, a tent for 50, but you know, we need some type of bed. And for $1,000, can't go wrong with this. So, yeah, just going to place it right there. Out of the way. There we go. We got a place to sleep. Let's, put the bed on down. We'll leave the door open because it's August. It's 91 degrees out, so we'll get some cross breeze going. But yeah, the horses are all set. The farm's all set. Let's just get on to September. Let's see what the overnight fees were. I think we were at 80 some odd thousand, but so if we're like right at 60, hopefully just a tad above 60, that'd be great. Yes, about 61,000. So loan, interest, property, production, wage payments. I think the wage payment is for the horse helper, because we do have someone training and riding the horses for us. So I'm kind of curious on the horses. What are they worth now? Oh, they're already up to almost $1,000. I think we bought them for like 100 or 200. Well, their health did go up to, they had 0 health. Now their health is 100%. Cleanliness, fitness, daily riding, that's looking all good. We should have some carrots to give them for feed. And yeah, they went through very little food, which is good. How much lettuce do we have over here? So 20,000 going through the night is what we are currently spending. And, ooh, I didn't get that much lettuce. Doesn't seem like a whole lot of lettuce is what we got. Thought I was getting more than that, like on Dark Forest. Just a pallet. I mean, a pallet is 2,000 liters, but just a pallet is all we got. That's not great. Not great at all. Okay, Houston, we may have a problem on getting money from the lettuce. I'm sure we don't have that much manure, but we do got manure showing here. 165 liters. So I think we went like a half a day. So that's going to be like 300 liters of manure in total. The pigs were giving us about 1,000, which would get the greenhouse through a day. You guys need to produce more manure, I think. All right. Well, let's spend some money here and get myself in trouble. What's for sale today? Okay, so nothing of interest, really. Nothing of interest at all. Why buy a trailer to transport the lettuce when I got the telehandler? Now, of course, I went with the bale spikes because I was thinking, why get the pallet forks, which I could use on the bales as well. But I was like, nah, we're just going to be auto-loading those. But for 2 pallets, man, is it even worth going down for 2 pallets? Yeah. If I check my stock market page, lettuce, I got, I mean, I do got like $6,000 worth of lettuce to sell. Contracts, what do we got first thing this morning? By the way, there is rock removal on this map, which is kind of interesting. I could remove some rocks if I need some cash. There is wood transport and dead wood. I don't have a chainsaw, but I may buy a chainsaw just to get... I mean, I'm going to need a chainsaw at some point. That one does pay $3,000, so I spend $1,000 on a chainsaw, do the contract. I'll actually earn $2,000. We will just accept that contract. And I will buy myself the chainsaw. Steel for the win. And it's just down here. Don't know how many trees I got to cut, but we shall find them. I'm just thinking back to Dark Forest. It seemed like I was making way more lettuce than that. Oh, wow. Looks like we got to cut down a lot of trees. And I got to get in the water for it. Oh, I can't cut below the water line. Interesting. Well, I can see why this job pays well, because I got to walk in water to cut down a lot of trees. I got to cut down 20 trees. I probably should just double check to make sure they got the X's on it, because if I cut down the wrong tree, the fine is going to be ridiculous. Now I'm starting to think money-wise. Maybe getting an auto-loading trailer for logs. Every time, if I got to cut down 20 trees, I could auto-load them. Although I will have to trim off the limbs on it. I don't know. At least this job will pay for the chainsaw that we just bought. Which, like I said, I'm going to need at some point anyways. And I'll earn $2,000 after it. I think this is the most amount of trees I had to do in a deadwood contract. What do we got here? Yep, just making sure. Trying to remember how much it was a penalty for cutting down the wrong tree. I want to say it was like $1,000 per tree, or maybe even more than that. We got 2 more trees somewhere. Did I not cut this one down? It's cut now. That one appears to be cut. Is that cut? Maybe it isn't cut. Oh, okay. It was leaning so much I thought it was cut. Alright, so contract finished. As for today, I'm not going to be too concerned about these logs, because like I said, for the autoloader to work, I have to delimb them as well. And I don't think I want to get involved with that today. So we're just going to head and collect on that. So yeah, we'll get paid $3,000 for it, minus the $1,000 for the chainsaw. So a profit of $2,000. So, you know, we'll take it. And just like that, all the trees are back instantly. Perfect. $2,000 per tree. Was it that much? I know I tried it on Riverbend just to see what the penalty was, and Riverbend's been a while now, so I don't remember. Let's actually grab the Ford to plow up a field. Oh, we don't need the trailer. I think the plow is still on the other side. Something I haven't put away yet. So eventually, once we get everything kind of settled around here, I will put the grass back in as well in some areas where I've been doing landscaping. I could cut this grass over here to get some more hay, or maybe even do some silage, but I don't have a wrapper to wrap it, and I don't really have a way to windrow it either. Oh wait, does this have a 3-point link on the back? This does not, so this is not going to be able to use the plow. Well, we'll just double check to make sure. I'm already halfway over here. Hello, Steve. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Right now, my Saturday is a little bit concerning because the greenhouses didn't make as much lettuce as I was hoping. We are spending about $20,000 a night sleeping through. And I don't have any income currently. Yeah, no surprise there. I didn't see a 3-point leakage on this, so... Alright, so the Ford does not work. So it's going to have to be the Deutz. Actually, I'm just going to leave the Ford right here because who knows. Yep, there's the... And we'll put some water in that greenhouse. Let's make sure the greenhouses are set to go. The small one is making carrots. Carrots for the horses, of course. We also need to get down our toolbox so I can repair the combine at some point. I mean, I'm not going to need it this year, because our field is harvested, and the other 2 NPC fields now, I do believe, have been harvested. Could activate more products just until you get your feet on the ground. I just saw I was making more lettuce and dark forest. I mean, it could be the manure. So I'm not sure. But hello, Farmer G. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far. Kind of slopey here, but we're going to put a field here anyways. Just trying to figure out how much of a field I want to put here. Let's see. Let's activate to allow create field by hitting the key Y. And we'll put this down. Let's just start dragging the plow. And since we got tons of space, I'm going to make sure I leave myself room between the field and trees. One, it'll allow me to get a tractor and trailer alongside if need be. See, I think when I was talking yesterday about separating the one field into two different crop types for next year, I think we're going to leave that as for oats or sorghum, and this field here will be the poppy. Oh, the road comes up right there, so we will go up this way. Oh yeah, when I create a field for precision farming to work, I'm probably going to have to save the game, exit, and relog back in. Manure, it does double the output. There's a buying station included for manure with 30% discount. Something I haven't thought about, which is buying the manure. And now we were talking yesterday about the butchery shop, or butchery production. I did not look at it last night, didn't get a chance to. But if we end up going with a butchery at some point, maybe we'll have dairy cattle. But in the meantime, for what little the manure costs, it'd probably be worthwhile to buy the manure, put it into the greenhouses, and get the output going. Just curious, on the map, can I buy manure? Nope, wrong button. I'll be able to tell here. Manure. Yeah, so there's a couple buying stations. But thinking what you're saying, Farmer G, is you have a buying station in your mod pack, which I did not see. Not that I was looking for it, because I usually like to produce my own manure. Well, the animals like to produce some manure for me. Oh yeah, so the horse's health did get up to 100%, right? Yeah, 100%. So, yeah, you don't really need to feed them root crop if you don't want to. But we are growing carrots inside the greenhouse. So I am thinking I would like to create a third field. Now, around the corner here, behind the horse barn and our shed and greenhouses, we do own that. But I want to keep that as meadow grass so we can keep on making hay if we need to. So I got to see exactly where plot number 12, which is kind of like where the farmyard is going to be, how far that extends. Maybe we can sneak in a third field. I think the field that we currently have, behind us I had the oats, that takes up the entire plot of land there. Actually, this Deutz is doing pretty good with a 12-meter wide plow. I'm about 80 horsepower under the requirement, but what I've learned with this plow through the years is the horsepower requirement is way over from what it seems it needs. It's under containers only, 500 to buy, so it won't break the bank. Well, moving forward, because it's going to be a while before the farm really starts to make the money. Have a look at it, see if I want to place it here or place it elsewhere. The problem is if I want to place it elsewhere, I got to own the property to place it down. I had the mod in FS22 which allowed me to place objects anywhere, whether you own the land or not. I don't think that mod, I haven't seen that mod in FS25. Oh yeah, another thing I'm going to need next year will be the See and Spot weed sprayer, but I guess I may have to lease it at that point. I don't know, we're ways off before I need to spray weeds. We're talking like next April. And again, I'm trying to keep down the production buildings on this series so we don't make a whole bunch of cash. Place Anywhere mod just came out on the mod hub this week. It did? Must have missed that thing. But hello, Moat, and also West Virginia. I don't think I said hello to you yet, but welcome. Thank you for dropping on in. So yeah, I think we'll definitely buy manure. It's just a matter of how we buy the manure. Because I mean, if I really want to make a lot of money, we know how to. We've been using productions throughout FS25. I know production buildings, which ones can earn us a good amount of cash, but I don't want to be here at year number 3 and have millions of dollars in the bank account. They call it free placement. I'll definitely have a look at it afterwards. The reason why I do like that mod of free placement or place anywhere, whatever the mod is, has been called before, it is now, is if you want to put down like a buying point or a selling point, you don't want to put it on your property. You want to put it down like with the rest of the stores. You don't have to buy the property just to place it. Actually, like I said, when I create a field, in order for precision farming to actually work or show up, I may have to restart the save file. So maybe when I do that, I'll look for the free placement mod then. Maybe I already have it and don't know it. The mod. I don't think so. Alright, field created. Let me turn off allow create fields so I don't accidentally do something. Does it show up on the map right away? Well, it does show up here, so that's a start. Yeah, so construction. Container. Oh, yeah, right there. 500. Buy bulk manure and straw for 30% discount. Plus free water to get for your greenhouse production. Let's see if it will allow me to place it. Yeah, land not owned by me, so I would need to get that mod. Or I haven't, didn't activate it, one or the other. Alright, so we got that. What was I doing next? Oh, yeah, land. I'm not buying land. I just want to see exactly what we own. So, okay, if I just take these trees here and just draw a straight line when looking at it, it'd be better. So, yeah, we own up to here currently. We also own up to this tree line as well. But this is where the farmyard's going to be. We're going to have a road coming up through here because the store is over in this general direction. There'll be a road coming up through here, and the road will cut through the farmyard, so sheds and everything else will be in here. So I don't want to create a field here. I guess I could create another field over here. And this is more than enough to make hay. And I don't think... Yeah, field number 11, or lot number 11, the field pretty much takes up the entire lot already. So that's pretty much taken up. So I guess I can create another field over here if I wanted to. And that would be wise before I buy the soil sampling. So we're allowed to create field again. And yeah, I'm not going to go up to the tree line because I don't want to be hitting trees on this series. And plus, allow me to, like I said before, just get up alongside a harvester or whatnot if I need to unload. At least get around the field without trying to wiggle our way through. Now, all the crops I want to plant are going to be in the springtime, so we just got to pretty much plow up these fields, put lime down, and then wait until springtime. Just trying to see how far I want to go here. Thing is, I might be on 2 different farm lots by doing this. So I may have to buy a couple of samples. Or buy the soil sampler and just do it that way. Alright, let's not get on that hill because the header might have a problem. Because I do want to plant corn, because I want to do some dry corn. We did a little bit of it on Dark Forest. but not really a whole lot. Alright, we got our outline of the field that we want. Yeah, that's a decent sized field. If silage was worth a whole lot more, I probably would have cut this meadow grass and leased a windrower and a bale wrapper to do it. I also want to, on this series, do corn maize, or just maize, to make silage through that. Because I haven't done that yet in FS25. Because I am thinking I probably will try the butchery at some point, so we'll have cows, so I'm going to want to make some silage. I pretty much want to be on this map for at least a couple of months. Didn't seem like we were on Dark Forest that long. I wonder if I'm getting fertilizer by plowing in meadow grass. Oh, I'm not going to have any, yeah, I don't have any data on the soil because, well, yeah, you haven't done any soil sampling yet. There's only oilseed radish, which is a cover crop for fertilization, not for selling. Oh, he was asking about radishes. Yeah, I don't think that's a crop you can grow in the greenhouse that I'm aware of. Look out, deer. There's plenty of other grass around here to munch on. Yeah, we'll probably buy the soil sampler because we do got the mod now. I'll buy the one that probably does double the working with like we had on Dark Forest. So won't need that many samples. It's going to be a rough first year money-wise, but we got enough equipment to get us through and not have to worry about it too much. But I think once we get the manure into the greenhouses, the lettuce will roll in a lot better. This just shows how much those pigs were paying off for me on Dark Forest. by giving that little bit of manure that we had. Wait, how much lettuce did we make in a half a month? Lettuce, $6,000 worth currently. And we spent 20,000-ish at midnight. So yeah, by just putting manure in those 2 greenhouses, and it's going to double the output along already with what we have. Yeah, those 2 greenhouses alone should make us a profit every day. So if you weren't here for yesterday's stream or didn't watch it afterwards, the plan here is, of course, we're kind of running a horse farm. But the plan is also we're going to make ourselves a community on this map. We're going to build houses. We're going to build the constructible houses, which means probably at some point getting a sawmill, because I got to create the material to build those houses, and also the cement production. I'll probably do that as well. And as for fun, I've been trying to figure out how to fit this into a series somewhere, and this is an idea down the road. But once we get the community going, we're going to do the post office production. If you don't know what the post office production is basically delivering mail to mailboxes. So once we get a community going, we'll put some mailboxes in and we can deliver some mail and earn some money that way. Just for fun. Because at that point, we'll have enough money. You know, if I'm building houses, which you kind of lose money on building houses, but you get the idea. It'll be fun just to do something different. Kind of make like a community here if we can. This plow can just go right here. Alright, so soil sampler is what we need. Is that under miscellaneous? It is. And I want the... Let's see, this is the mod. So that's the base. This is the size up. I don't want to get too extreme because it'll be like this. Take a soil sample, we're done. So... this one right here. I don't know. Is that too dark of a blue? Yeah, it's a little too dark. I think I had it yellow on the other series. Don't remember. We'll go with class green, maybe. That'll do. Let's go ahead and buy that so we can get our soil sampling done. And while we're here, let's go into construction and yeah, we'll put this down up here somewhere. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Maybe I'll just pop it. Overlaps another object. I disagree. Here we go. All right, to the Ford. We'll grab the carrots that we made overnight in the greenhouse. We'll put that into the horse stable. Then we'll load up with manure. How much manure do the greenhouses even take? I don't even know the max. 40,000. Well, don't need to fill it out right away. Now it's starting to look more like a farm around here with a couple more fields. So we're going to be skipping through the months here pretty quick today, I think. Because like I said, I don't have that much work to do. And the horses are not going to be going through that much feed, so it's not like I got to stop every month and making sure they're full of food. They should be good for a while. This will fit, yeah. As I say, this trailer will fit underneath that, right? Should. Let's see, where are the carrots? 3,800 liters of carrots. That's actually quite impressive. I don't know what benefit this is going to give us for the horses other than we got all 3 food groups covered. I don't think it's going to make them worth more. That should all fit in there. So before I start buying manure, I probably should buy. That way, at least I know I got a way to transport the lettuce. Got to keep scrolling up. Got to go to the old traditional trailer right here for loading up lettuce. Extensions, no, that'll just make it look not so good. BKT tires, 20,500. We'll buy that. That leaves me with 25,000. Alright, so we'll go grab the soil sampler after we get the manure. I gotta make sure I leave myself some money to send the soil samples in. Like I said, though, we don't need a whole lot of manure here. That is a pretty good discount on the manure, but the manure is not that expensive to begin with. So $1,000 for the manure. Don't think I need to put it into the small greenhouse for making carrots. Although, I mean, I could activate something in there, or I could put it in there and activate carrots and just, you know, sell the carrots at a special time, but I think we'll leave that one as is. So about 23,000 liters apiece would be good, give or take. And this should last a while. Lettuce uses about 1,000 liters per month. Yep, that's what, you know, I kind of assumed about 1,000 going what we did on Dark Forest, because that's what the pigs were producing for manure, give or take. I'm guessing because I went through one trigger. I may have these triggers a little bit too close. This may actually go in both. Wait a minute. Was I not? I don't know if it's going... Which one is going in? I definitely want it in... I should rename these. That one's got it. That one does not. So I went into the one that the carrots are on. Alright, no problem. And these triggers might be just a little bit too close to one another. I was trying to be smart about it, and I oversmarted myself. Need to come in this way. Trigger's at the water barrel. Well, it's okay. Now we got manure inside that greenhouse there. Might as well go ahead and activate something. Maybe I'll activate just carrots. Get a whole bunch of carrots. And when I get a whole load of carrots, I can switch over to lettuce. Is that going to clip? Nope, it's going to go right through that pipe. Alright. We're fine. I do need to name these. So I know which one's which. So to name them, I got to do this. And I'll just do one. I mean, do I really name the other one? Of course we are. And we'll just put this in as number 2. Alright, so I still got 24 grand. Oh, you know what would be good? If you actually activated the stuff. So lettuce. Yes, activate. So we got lettuce just being made with water, and now we got lettuce being made with water and manure in that one, and we're going to do the same here. Activate. And then the small one will do the carrots as well, because I just put manure in there, so activate. So yeah, the trailer, don't need that for a while. Disconnect and turn off. And I might be in both triggers, I don't know. But we'll just turn that water on. All right, let's go down to the store. We got some stuff down at the store we need to pick up. We got our soil sampler. We got the trailer. And also I got the bucket for the telehandler for the manure for the horses. We'll put that on the back of the trailer. And bring it all back to the store. I think that's everything that we got down there. So I can either have the road come up through there, or the bridge. And again, once I get ready, or I need to prepare myself for when I want to start building the houses around somewhere. Of course, I'm going to have to buy land to build the houses on. But I need to know like 2.5 years in advance, which sounds kind of weird, because I'm going to need to plant our oak trees that's going to supply the sawmill to make the products for the housing. Cement production is going to be kind of simple. We just got to buy the stone quarry and also then get the cement production building down. All that's going to cost us a lot of cash. Just role play of building up a community. It's almost going to be like a little bit of a construction simulator in kind of a way. Probably going to have to use super strength to get this up. Alright, strap it in, and that's everything from the store out of here. And the store, I hate to say this, but I probably won't be seeing you for a while, because I don't have the cash. You love Omatana's greenhouse distributor? I did use that on Riverview, and I did use it in FS22. The one issue I had with it in FS22, the distributor didn't seem to distribute enough to the greenhouses. What series was that on? Might have been Hills of Tuscany I tried it on. I think I even tried it on No Man's Land. But yeah, it doesn't seem like her distributor distributed enough to the greenhouses. Didn't keep up with the greenhouses as much as what they were using. But then again, maybe I needed one distributor per greenhouse, and I had like 3 greenhouses and 1 distributor. So that could have been why it wasn't keeping up. Just by putting that field in to the right here, definitely has changed the look around the horse stable. But it's time to probably put a road in here, but I want to get the soil sampling done, see how much that's going to cost. Let's see, well, just unstrap that, disconnect from that. Alright, get the mini map up so we can see where I'm soil sampling. Alright, so what I want to see... but it's kind of hard to tell. Yeah, so that field, the last field I created, most of it is in lot number 13, but some of it's in lot number 12. Wait, if I go... Yeah, so I can't do... Okay, I'm going to have to save the game. Alright, so I can't buy the soil sample. It's not giving me the option. So let me save the game. Save it twice for good luck. Quit to menu. And while we're here, I think you said that mod was called Free Placement? Ah, free placement. There it is. Wherever you want. Yada, yada, yada. Install. And free placement. There it is. We'll activate in case I... That will actually allow me... That should allow me to put down the constructible housing without having to buy the property. I mean, that's a ways down the road, but we'll see. You got 1 feeding, 3 at the moment. Granted, they are her open air ones and the wood greenhouse. It seemed to do better. Like I said, I did use that on Riverview. So now what I want to see here, if I go to precision farming, there we go. Now I'm getting the readings here. So if I want to, there, now I can click on the field and I get, yeah, so when you create a field with precision farming, you pretty much got to save, exit, and come back in. So if I want to purchase the soil sampling, that would have cost me $6,300, which is not that bad. And then that would have cost me like 500 and something. So, That's right, I am spawning now at my hobo hut. Alright, let's get some soil sampling in. So yeah, this is the modded soil sampler, and I got the one that's double the size of the base game. So, and what I like about it, also samples relatively quick as well. The field is just big enough where I can't get it in one pass, but that's okay. So of course this needs to be lime spread. Kind of playing this to be a corn field. This one over here a poppy field, or vice versa, it doesn't really matter. And the other field will probably stay as oats, because that's the bigger one. We need that for the horses. I can almost get this whole field, but I'm overlapping quite a bit. All right, send those samples in. Don't need the mini-map anymore. See how much we get charged. $1,200, so already saving us some money. And we'll just stick this right in here. Oh yeah, so the horses, did they go? They probably didn't go through that much straw either. Oh, that's right. I left this, when I was giving them straw, they had a bale left over, and I just left it in there. So, yeah, they're fine. So on food, they're gonna be good all the way through winter, just about. I don't have any more oats to give them. All the oats they have is all the oats that we have. That was everything. Let me just grab... let's see, bale spike. Let's put the bale spike... Might as well put it back here where the bales are. Oh yeah, and everything that we own is brand new except for the combine. The John Deere 9X combine was on sale on day one for like 56% off. Can I attach to that, please? Perfect. So that we bought used, but everything else is brand spanking new. All right, let's get this field spread with some lime. And then I think we'll probably go on to another month like I said, these fields don't need to be done right away. But just as long as we get done before next spring. So you can see we were down a little bit on the lime side over here. Yes, we need the money to come on in because I'm going to need to lease a drill and planter in the spring. And then, of course, we'll need to lease a see and spot weed sprayer. Unless we make a good amount of money from the greenhouses where I can afford the see and spot weed sprayer, but I don't think we're going to. Although this field and the other field in front of us, they're not going to have weeds next year because we just plowed it. We're going to have some weeds in the other field because I semi-plowed it. Had to get rid of those tram lines. Guess the good point is also we're getting into the winter months where the lettuce price should be going up from its current price. I think July and August are the worst times to be selling lettuce. But I'm going to have to sell it just because. Should be going with the furrows in the ground. That way, going over them slow me down a bit. And I might be putting too much lime down. Yeah, so buying that manure and putting it into the greenhouses for $1,000 of that manure and how much lettuce is going to produce for us, definitely worth it. But at this point, when we wake up in October, I'm guessing we're going to be... the money's going to be negative, I think, by the time I get done putting lime down here. And of course, we are paying the horse helper to take care of the horses. I did not want to ride and clean that many horses every month. If it was one horse, I think I would do it. But currently at 8, and eventually we'll have 16 horses. Yeah, don't really... Not too thrilled about the idea of riding that many horses. Not as bad as it used to be. I think in like FS 19, I think you had to ride the horses for like 5 minutes to get the riding up to 100%. And now I think it's like a minute and a half maybe to ride a horse to get it up to 100%. Yeah, the other thing I also got to keep in mind with the lettuce, I keep thinking back to Dark Forest. I'm not selling at a small farmer's kiosk or little market, so that's 20% less on the sale. But once we get our environmental score up next season, we'll be getting a bonus from that. So that'll be almost back up to... I'll probably get it up to like 13, 14% in sale bonus. Sam is kind of just hanging around his little doghouse. Not like he has been on previous series. I think he's just getting used to the territory. Let's go ahead and, because I got free landscaping, because that's the way I like to roll, let's go ahead and put a road in now. So we need to go down here and whoop, back up one. Here we go. Hello, Lisa. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Thank you for dropping on in and enjoying a little bit of Farming Simulator. Do that. Let's increase the working width. Ooh, do I want it that wide? We can go that wide. Just got to be careful going through here. Gets us a little close to the fence line, but I can repaint that in just a moment. Give myself some wider roads. With my driving, I probably need it. All right. And I will swing back around like so. All right, that's looking good. Let's smooth this out a little bit. And then I need just meadow grass here. Just to make this look. I wonder why when you smooth out the terrain it gets rid of the foliage and you have to put it back in. There we go. And I want to, over by the pond here, because the road went up just a little bit. Put some grass back in here. And like I said, because I did the terrain yesterday after I had the fence line in, that the fence posts were buried in the ground, but by just saving it and coming back in, the fence posts have popped back up to the top of the ground itself, so it looks normal. And the horses are cooling off in the pond. You doing all right there, Houston? Seems about right that I would have a horse named Houston, because I have a problem in ATS with the city Houston and their interchanges there. Do I want to go to the month of October? I think so. How long have I been playing Farming Simulator? 10, 11 years? Something like that? Hey Sam, how you doing? I'm not sure how I want to decorate around the front of the horse stable yet. want to put a little more thought into that. Did this fill up with the lime all the way? It did. All right, let's go ahead. We're going to sleep because the only thing I got to do was actually lime the fields, and that's pretty much it. And sell some lettuce. But I want to go another month and see how much lettuce we get. So, yeah, we're just shy of 20,000, so we should be in the negative. We should be in the negative by the time we get to October. But that's okay. We got lettuce to sell. I wonder if the horse helper will work if I don't have the cash. Alright, so negative 527, so that's not bad. It's what we expected. We are paying off our loan as we go with the enhanced loan system. Let's just run over here and... How are we doing on lettuce now? Alright, that's better. So it made about 5 pallets. Which is 10,000 liters worth. That's pretty good. If I go to my stock market page, I can see how much I'll get for the lettuce. I'll get 26,000. Which is not bad. I got 11,000 liters of carrots. I think that's enough. Well, yeah, we'll let the carrots continue. Let's grab the Deutz. Actually, let's speed up time so it's a little bit more daylight. Kind of dark here for October. That early in the morning. Let's get up to 9 o'clock. Did the horses, are they trained? Are they all good? 100%, 100%, 100%. They are now worth 1,300. So again, a mod actually came out the day I started the series of increasing the prices of horses. The base game, I think the max price you could get for a horse is 5,000. So we'll see what they get up to. It's going to take a little longer to get up there, of course. And yeah, they're barely going through any food. All right, let's go get the autoloader. We'll pick up that lettuce. We'll sell it. That way we actually have some money in the bank account. So again, if you're unfamiliar with the auto loan, the enhanced auto loans, I keep saying auto loan. I got auto on the mind. The enhanced loan system, you're not just paying back on the interest, you're also paying back on the principal of the loan. So you can see the initial loan was $3 million. It's now down to $2,982,000, so on and so forth. Monthly payment is $17,500. I did take it up for 20 years, but it's not going to take me 20 years to pay that back. If it does, I'm doing something wrong. Oh yeah, nice wide road. And this is starting to look really, really good. Let's go ahead and finish off this field, actually. Then I can line the other field whenever I feel like it. We may just skip right on through till the springtime. Because like I said, the horses are pretty much going to be fine. It's just a matter of our bank account. And I may try to... not sell the lettuce till February. I don't care if I go into the negative. The only thing I'd be concerned about is, does the horse helper continue to work if I don't have the money? I'll get charged for it, of course. But if it's one of those things, like you can't hire a worker to work in a field if you have no money. But being a mod where it just takes money out of your bank account, I don't know if it works the same way. Come on, get up that hill. Farm looks amazing. Well, thank you. We've only been here... We just started yesterday in the stream. So we'll see how See how we get along through the years. I'll just pop this off right here. I do like having the farm starting off up here on the hill, because you get a pretty good view of across the valley a little bit. And maybe that's where we'll put down the constructible houses in a couple of years. Let's see here. These should just load right on up. Again, these are 2,000 liters apiece. Where is the best price for these currently? The farmer's market. Well, surprise, surprise. Hello, Skender. How goes the harvesting? Sorry for being late. No community and plenty of daylight, so we kept going. Hey, don't need to apologize for being late. You gotta get the work done, man. Like I said, I appreciate people being here when they can be here. Wow, I got 3.5... I'm almost at 4 hours on this tractor. After I sell this, I probably should top off with fuel while I'm down here. Alright, to the farmer's market to get us a little bit out of debt. At least for the month. I probably should make a road, like I said, from all these stores here to the bridge at least. It's been a moment, but I think the lettuce goes on this side to be sold. Haven't really used this farmer's market since Riverbend Springs. Alright, so 26,000 plus 301 for the environmental score bonus, so... we shall see how the month goes. Let's see, if I want to make a road... I guess I could always just put in a road for now and move it later on if we want to. Let's go to construction. Oh yeah, I need to top off with fuel. That'd be a good idea. Let's see here. Let's increase the working width. Yeah, we'll go that big. And kind of just follow my tire tracks I got going there. Just following the tire tracks that I have that we can see at this height. And now my tire tracks have disappeared. I might be too high up in the sky though. But I do see the bridge area. I think I will bring it down to the bridge. Actually, let me go a little bit narrower for the start of the bridge, and then we will widen it as we come up. And we'll just connect it with that for now. Oh, it's a wide road. A very wide road. Have you ever heard of BDD? He likes to give interviews to people who play Farm Sim. Would you consider being interviewed? I'm not familiar with BDD. So I can't say I have heard of them. I mean, I may have, but it doesn't ring a bell at all. The harvesting will be done in a couple of days unless something goes wrong. And in my experience, something always goes wrong, so I'm on the guard. Yeah, you always got to be careful when you get close. It's like, hey, this has been going great. And never ask what can go wrong, because the second you ask what can go wrong, you get an answer. Alright, so this road might be a little bit too wide. It's a little bit too wide, but we can adjust on that. So I think the greenhouses will just about help us break even. Maybe I should look at some more contracts just to help us bring in maybe a couple thousand here, a couple thousand there. Oh, that's bumpy coming up through there. So we just got really one field to spread lime in. Other than that, I don't have any work to do until springtime. Let me drop this off here. And let's make sure that the greenhouses are good to go. Oh, I must have put water in this. So the small greenhouse, we are currently making carrots for the horses. And at the rate we're making carrots, I may switch this over to lettuce. I think that's full of water. I think when I'm doing one, I'm doing both for that one. Let me just see if it did fill up both. It did. That's fine, that's fine, that's all good. You know what? Let's just leave that right there. And I'd say we go put the lime down in the other field, and that way we can kind of probably just get on with what we're doing, meaning getting through the winter. You like the 3-lane highway? Well, you know, the way my driving has been, probably not a bad idea to have a 3-lane highway. The road didn't look that big when I was in the sky mode and putting it down. But I mean, we got plenty of room on this map. So, yeah, big roads, it's fine. So I must have like a 2% sale increase from the environmental score. Just to get a little bit of what we have. But again, like I said, next year will be a lot better. As I said before, I could actually tinker with getting some traffic on this map. The only slight problem with doing traffic, I mean, there's two ways you can do traffic on a map. You can either go in the Giants editor and do it that way, or if you want, just get yourself a set of roads and buy some cars and set up course play and do a couple of courses and have your cars go around. The problem is, though, you're paying workers to drive cars around on a map. I can't remember what map I did that on. I thought it was No Man's Land, but I don't... I think I remember now. Green Mountain Forest. I think it was Green Mountain Forest I may have done that. Have traffic go around. Green Mountain Forest was a forestry map. That was back in FS 19, I do believe. So already today we expanded from 1 field up to 3. I was having a rough time getting through that part of the furrows. You can set course play to 0 wages. Yeah, I can do that. I am aware of that. The issue would be is I tend to use course play often to work in the fields as well. And I don't want to be paying the workers 0 for working in the fields. So that's the only downside of it. Maybe once we get a good profitable income, it's something I could do. Hello, Dust Bunny. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Thank you for dropping on in. Just rocking and rolling in these furrows with trying to spread some lime down. All right, Skender, have fun. I mean, it is Saturday night for you, so that usually means you're headed out in the woods. So Miss Lisa recommended your channel, sir. I used to watch you a couple years ago when I changed computers. Apparently YouTube deleted my sub to you. I'm now subbed again. Well, thank you. I'm glad you like what we do here. All right, Lisa, thanks for dropping on in, and enjoy the rest of your Saturday and have a nice weekend. Yeah, after I get this done, I'm going to check on some contracts, maybe some deadwood, just to bring in a couple $1,000s here and there, just to keep our head above water for the first year. Sent you a DM regarding a possible interview with BDD. All right, I'll have a look at it after the stream at some point. I may know who they are, I just don't recognize them currently. I missed a spot. I think I got enough lime to finish this up, so no more buying stuff for the day. Not that I have the money to buy a whole lot, but the stuff that we do need, even if we're on sale, I don't have the money to buy it currently. Just want to get this one bigger patch. That is one thing that has also changed with precision farming. If you go back to FS22, if I left a spot like this, I would not be able to put the lime down because the sensors think there's enough lime there, unless you turned off automatic application. But in 25 we can do it, although I'm probably over liming in the areas at this point. Alright, that's enough of the white powder. Let's go ahead and put this away. Hello, TK Collins. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Thank you for dropping on in. Got to put a little bit more grass down around here. We'll touch this up just a bit. And also around the greenhouses, I can touch that up as well. Because I don't think I'm going to want any more greenhouses. I don't want to go too extreme on them, as we got enough already. And it should be enough to get us on through for what we're doing. Let's see here. Painting. Just a little bit back there. I may want to put rocks into that part, honestly. I will put this here. Let's go a little bit narrower. That looks good. And then also touch this back up. Spin around this way. I don't see Sam right around the front of his doghouse, so I think Sam's starting to get used to his territory a little bit. And he feels a little comfortable. He's starting to roam around a little bit more. Alright, so, yeah, sale page. Let me just see what's there, just for interest. A couple of balers. Subsoiler, but we got our own. We don't need a TMR mixer. And as for contracts, what's going on here? Deadwood, rock removal, wood transport. I mean, I don't know exactly where that is. We'll do it just because. Has anyone played on the Hawaii map? I don't know that's how you pronounce it, but don't even recognize the name, honestly. Hello, Anita. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday. Where am I going for this? Oh, it's over here, I think. Because I can see my field. So, I do got a little bit of nitrogen in the ground from plowing in the grass, but not a whole lot. I do have my running shoes on, where running speed's at ×2, I think. Am I in the general area? I have no idea. Alright, field 1718. I gotta be near it. Or not. Oh, it must be someone else's field. Where is 1718? Ah, over there. Can I don't think I can teleport to there, can I? Oh, I can visit a field. Kind of forgot about that. So yeah, somewhere down in here. This looks like a tree. How many trees I got to cut? About 11 or 12. Running with a chainsaw. Actually, most of the trees in here are the big ones, so just finding the dead ones should be simple. I am going to double check before I cut them, though, because I don't... The fine, one wrong tree, the fine would be more than what the contract pays. Ooh, I don't see a mark on that one. Ooh, that's why I gotta check. I almost cut a tree I shouldn't be cutting. Wow, I gotta cut it way up there. Is this the one I looked at before? Ooh, no mark on that tree. Okay. Am I... Oh, I'm way out of the zone. Nope. Nope. Yep. What usually is tricky about these is I get down like the last one or two and I can't find them. I got 2 more trees somewhere. Let me bring up the mini map so I can see the circle area that I got to cover. And there it is. This should be it. Alright, well, I clicked on that and I'm pretty sure those trees will come right back. Like magic. They're back. Yeah, so I think now with all the fields pretty much taken care of, because all the planting I want to do is in the spring. There isn't much to do. And I don't have money to buy more land to plow more up. I mean, I could cut some grass. I do have this whole area here, but this is going to be the future of the farmyard. So sheds and whatnot. I mean, that's a big area for a farmyard, but not really sure how I want to lay it out as of yet. All right, so we're at 27,500. So between the horse helper and all the fees, we should have like 7 grand left. Maybe more like 6. I'm guessing more like 6,000. No, 7,337. So that's pretty good. I don't know why I'm checking the sale page for it. You don't have the money and I can't borrow anymore. So on this map, it does get... I know it's November, it's 8 o'clock in the morning and it's raining, but it is darker than the base game map would be, I feel. Let me just check on the horses, make sure everything's looking good. 100, 100, 100. The value is up to 1,800. The value is going up pretty decently. That's all looking good. No contracts available as of yet, but that's okay. And lettuce as of right now, so we make about $23,000 of lettuce per month. Okay, I got 23,000 liters of carrots. I think I'm going to switch that over to making lettuce instead of carrots for now. Let's turn off deactivate carrots, and wait, where are we? Oh, wait, I can't make lettuce in this one. Kind of forgot. Wrong greenhouse. All right, well, we'll leave the carrots on. We'll leave the carrots on, I guess. We'll just keep making carrots and then just store it. And eventually, if I get too much, I can sell some. It's the Hoi Pan Thai map. Are you trying to mean the Hutan Pentai map? The base game map? The Hutan Pentai map. If that's the base game map you're talking about, I know that map. I don't like that map at all. I don't know why, I just don't like it. Do you like sparrow with rice and tomato? I don't think I've ever ate sparrow before. But if they taste like chicken, sounds good. The greenhouses. Let me just double check, make sure we're good on water and water. Yeah, we're all good there. Ooh, I am almost full on carrots though. Well, I can just empty out the carrots and put it in storage. I think this right now I'm going to deactivate it. Not sure what I want to do with that as of yet. Yeah, so like I said, I've got nothing to do, so I think we're just going to go ahead and go to December. And then maybe January and February, just skip through all the months until we get to where I can do stuff in our 3 fields. All right, so now we're in the negative, which, you know, is fine. Ooh, it's snowing out. Are the horses still being taken care of? Yes, they are. So I think horse helper, even though I don't have money, they're just going to keep taking money out of the bank account, which puts me more in the negative, which is fine. Making sure the greenhouses have enough water. Currently, they're fine. And lettuce-wise, we're up to $48,000 worth of lettuce. Price will be good in a little while. Sale page, again, I don't know why I'm checking it because I got negative 13,000. And also any contracts. I was looking at active before. That didn't help. So, wood transport, I'm not going to be doing. Yeah, I don't think there's anything there I want to be doing. You get 80 grain shell and you fire towards a couple of trees. It's cruel but delicious. Tastes way better than chicken, but a pain to clean up though. Too much feathers. And big guy insists to keep the skin because that's where the flavor is. That's usually, unfortunately, where most of the flavor comes from. Yes, the base game map. Yeah, so I do know the map of Hutin Pentai. I just don't like the way the map is laid out. That's why I haven't played on it. I've been on that map like 3 or 4 times. The Hutin Pentai map, and I just go, no, I just don't have any desire to play in that map. I would like to build a temple, but I don't want to play in that map to build a temple. But I think there's other maps now that have the temple on it, where I could probably play in those maps and do the temple. Alright, I just want to make sure the horses are being taken care of. 100%, 100%, 100%. Yeah, so the horses are fine. I'm not even below 70,000 liters of food. And the greenhouses are fine. I say we just go to, because lettuce is best in February, correct? The last series, I just sold lettuce whenever. But lettuce is best in February. We'll double check here. 1121. Actually, the price is really good now. Let's get the sun up, even though it's nice to see, you know, the orange clouds from the sun rising up. There is snow on the ground, which kind of sucks. So it's going to make driving a little bit cumbersome. That's a foghorn from a boat. Oh yeah, I may need to take a couple of trips. Just going to sit right here because I'm sure more is going to spawn. I say more is going to spawn. A pallet. I might actually get this all in one trip. So currently my bonus is what with precision farming? Like 2%? 1%. Well, 1% is better than 0. Let's turn on some lights. Boy, lights when there's snow on the ground might be a bit too much. So yeah, the greenhouses are making us a profit now. Bob is probably doing Bob things on a Saturday. Yeah, I may have made these roads a little bit too big, but it is a change of pace having nice big roads to go up and down on. Oh, but we do got some fog here. Where's the bridge? Oh, there it is. I think sometimes he goes to the pool on a Saturday. I'm not too sure. And by the way, I will mention there will be an ATS video out tomorrow, which will be episode number 300 on the Realistic Economy series. I will post that later on after the stream for channel members so you can get early access to it. Talk a little bit about Iowa, which we now know will be released on July 10th. So you can imagine I'm going to be heading kind of towards the Iowa area to get ourselves ready for that. Of course, I'll be streaming ATS on July 10th for when it comes out. There are people in the farmer's market. Let's get them some lettuce. So now we're back up to 44,000 in the bank account. And we should see the lettuce in here. For the ones that are selling lettuce. Lettuce? Is no one selling the lettuce in here? What the heck is that noise? Sounds like someone's running in place. Have no idea. I do kind of miss back in FS15, I think the last time we had it. This is how we used to get our I think they were called... They weren't contracts back then. What were they called? But you used to have to go to a billboard in town, and the jobs that we used to have were mow the grass at the town, you know, somewhere in the center of town or at the motel. Yeah, let's get our butt back to the farm, and oh yeah, I probably should see what Sam's up to. I'll feed Sam before we go to bed. Let's get back to the farm, and we'll see what the price of lettuce is doing. Do I want to sell it tomorrow or just wait until March? If there's snow on the ground, I may wait till March. I could plow the roads, but I would only do it for fun. Because we don't earn nothing from it. It's funny how some things render in. We can see Omatana's silo in the distance, but the horse stable we do not see. Now I see the horse stable. That trailer is not like riding in the snow when it's empty. Most of the viewers are European. Pretty sure you have no idea of what I said. Not sure what you're referring to at this point, but if you got questions, I got answers. Sometimes. Driving in the snow in FS25 is a pain. I think it's because of the ground deformation that they added to it. Are all my lights off? There, now they're all off. Sound like that's still filling up with water. That's okay. Sam, where out there, Sam? Yep, Sam has gone into roaming mode. Do I got flight mode on? I do not. Where did Sam go? Probably in the woods somewhere chasing squirrels again. Well, we'll drop. Wait, one of my horses have left the pen. Get back in there. Well, I wanted to threaten you with a chainsaw. All right, we'll feed Sam his frosty food. Sleep trigger on to February. Which had some of that snow. It was 41, now it's 37. Sounds kind of hot. Ah, the snow is gone. Oh, there's Sam. Running to his food bowl, so he was over there somewhere. We'll check the sale. Ooh, corn headers. But, yeah. I don't have the cash for that kind of stuff. And that's the perfect one for the John Deere. 12 meter wide. 52,000. I would need $30,000 worth of lettuce. I don't think I got $32,000 worth of lettuce. It's close. Well, okay. Even if I sold the carrots, I'm short. That would put me pretty much at 0. And then I don't have the money to lease a drill. Well, it's going to have to be that way. Maybe I'll get lucky another time. I think I'll keep the lettuce there. Let's get to... let me just have another look at the planting season. I think everything is in April. Oats are in March and April, I think. Yeah, so April. I want to plant... Oh, poppy is not until June. Okay. Maybe I'll have to skip poppy this year. Maybe go with millet or... What's the other one? Or rye. And then corn. Because I'm thinking for the first year, I'm probably going to lease the momentum drill in April so I can plant my corn, the oats, and then I'll probably do rye or... Yeah, probably rye. Or millet. I don't know, millet seems kind of interesting. I may do millet. So we got to get to April. All right, the horses... Oh, wait, the greenhouses. How are they doing on water? All right, they're getting kind of low, but they're still okay. And manure-wise, they're doing okay. The horses looking good. They're up to 3,200, so... Not too bad. All right, so I know lettuce is a really good price right now, but another month ain't going to hurt us too much. All right, so I probably got to take care of the greenhouse. The water is getting kind of low. Contracts, deadwood, yada yada. So the 2 fields, probably got to wait on those. Horses are looking still pretty good. And what's the price of lettuce? Still not bad. Still not bad. We'll feed Sam because it's been a couple months now. All right, let's load up this lettuce. Be a little bit quicker trip without having the snow slowing us down. Alrighty, let's get on down to the little market and bring in some cash. So basically we'll have one field, which is the largest one, of oats. That of course is for the horses, so I'm not really making... in a way I'm going to be making a profit off the oats because we'll be selling the horses at some point. And then the other 2 fields, we'll just sell the crop straight up whenever the best time is to sell that crop. The corn, though, I think we'll be using the corn dryer, which I haven't put down, but that's relatively cheap. I think it's like $4,000 for the corn dryer. Enjoy your meal, Skender, and yeah, if you fall asleep, you fall asleep. Good meals will do that to you. So, yep, we're probably profiting about 6,000 a month. It looks like. Oh, sorry, 3,000 a month. Because last time I sold the lettuce, we got up to 44,000. I think it was. We went 2 months. Now I'm at 50,000. So I think with the lettuce, we're making at least because it's a good time of the year. We're making about $3,000 a month, which is not bad considering we're paying off our loan and paying off the horse helper to train our horses. I know John said it was like a 3-lane highway, but if you look at farming tractors, probably a 4-lane. Three-lane comfortably, a 4-lane can be done. Gotta fix that transition on the bridge. That's a bridge I did not put in. That was already there. I just terraformed the grass away and put in some dirt gravel. It keeps the debt collectors away. Well, right now it does. And it'll allow me also to be able to afford to lease a few things. Once we get a few more fields going, and I can sell crop after harvest, it'll help us out. Apparently I didn't leave the water tanker going, but that's fine. I thought the tanker was going to be empty of water, but it is not. And manure-wise, how are they doing? They're still fine for a few more months on the manure. I mean, I could make like canola and sunflowers in here and put down an oil mill and make oil, but that... I don't mind making carrots in there because carrots are something you would put in a greenhouse. As for canola and I guess sunflowers you could. I mean, technically, you can put all these in a greenhouse, but it's not something I would usually see myself in a greenhouse. I know I can get water from the hut we put down for free, but I still want to go down to the river to get it. Yeah, I should have made that pond expand a little bit more on this side of the fence line. I could have got water right from the horse pond. But I mean, the river is just right here. But this time I'll back into the river instead of drive through it. It just came to me what when I was down at that billboard when I was talking about FS15. I used to go to the billboard to get jobs. They were called missions back then. I think on Bjornholm there was a small little town green that you had to go mow, and I think that was worth like 3,000. And then you also could transport luggage up to the hotel. I can fix the bridge while I'm down there. I could, but I didn't. I kind of want to get to planting my crops into the field. I want to get the goodies into the ground. And well, let's throw this up here. Bring this over to the hut so I can, first thing in the morning. Yep, we're going to get the momentum drill. That way I can just do all 3 crops without having to get a planter and a drill. But eventually on the farm I want to have separate drills or your standard drill and planter so it doesn't do all one crop type. It's nice to have one drill that does it all. Again, yep, the corn headers are gone. And none of this I need. Well, this would not be bad. Don't get me wrong, but it's 214,000. But yeah, let's go ahead and go to bed, and yeah, we're fine. It is weird having animals, like, I'm used to feeding them like every month or at least every 2 months. The horses seem like, no, you're good for a while. We'll have a double check on the horses now that I mentioned it. So they've pretty much gone through about 10,000 liters of food in the first, how old are they? 8 months old? They are worth 4,127. So we'll see how much this mod helps us out on the value of the horses. Max should be 5,000. We'll see what the mod does. Have no idea. We are down to 30,000. Although if I sold lettuce, I could get another $27,000 worth of lettuce today, which is not too bad. But again, like I said, I want to get in and start planting our fields. So we're gonna go down here to planters. And yep, get the mod Valtra momentum and fertilizing unit. Yes, color wise doesn't matter. I'll just pop on yellow just to give us a little flash, if you will. Releasing it, of course, not too bad. 250 horsepower. I was going to say how much horsepower because our Deutz is a 287, I do believe. Now, of course, I got to buy seed and fertilizer. And these fields are going to take quite a bit, I'm sure. And maybe to please Farmer G, we'll come down here and fix the bridge. Rather foggy down here, though. I just need to smooth it out a little bit. I don't remember being that bumpy the first few times I went over it. Kind of hard to see with the fog. That lowered it quite a bit. That's quite a drop off there. We don't want that. All right, we need to fix that. Could not tell. Boy, it's hard to see. That looks perfectly good right there, doesn't it? But it's not. All right, so I need to I need to raise that back up. I think until I see the bridge disappear. I think that's high enough. No, it's not. It's a darn fog. All right, let's advance time a little bit. Hopefully this fog lifts. So I can see what the heck I'm doing at this bridge. Uh, 10 o'clock, the fog is still here. Is the fog just going to hang around all day? Looks like it might. Okay. Oh, I can see better, though. I can see a little bit better. All right, now I can see it covering the bridge a little bit. Come out a little bit more, and then... Wow, that just goes so quick on that. I think right there is where I want it. Nope, it lowered it back down. It looks a little weird, but it's probably going to be better than it was, and I'll try to, on a day where it's not as foggy, work on that a little bit. Let's see how the transition is this time. That's not bad. So the amount of hay and straw I currently have for the horses seems to be quite a bit. I suppose I could maybe sell some of it, but it's not worth that much. But if I need a little bit of extra cash, it's there. There's our drill for the day. Shouldn't take us long to get the fields planted. Man, that makes the tractor look small. So a field of oats, a field of millet, and a field of corn. Now, of course, I'm going to have to get probably lease the corn header in October. I don't think I'll have the money to buy one. Now the thing is, with millet and rye and poppy, I'm not sure what I get straw from out of those three, if any. Not that I need straw, but if we can make straw, we will, because it's a product I could use for the horses or to sell straight up. Well, since it's already on corn, I guess I'm going to plant corn first. I always forget this planter weighs quite a bit. Takes a second to put on the brakes. Yep, there goes most of my cash. About 17 grand worth of seed and fertilizer. Not really sure. Yeah, it looks like the field to the right is a bigger one. So I think I'm going to put the corn in the bigger field. Yeah, and the smaller field we'll put the millet. Alright, crop is going into the ground. Is it just you or the fog? Looks like you're approaching water when you're above it. Sometimes. I think, you know, it has the same look as the water plane a little bit, but it's definitely more white than the water. So they're probably using the same coating for the fog as water. Because it does have that kind of look to it. I mean, right now, to me, it looks like fog, but now that you mention it kind of looks like water, I can see it as well. Okay, Deutz, can you get up the hill with this? It's asking quite a bit. Is this a 3-point linkage for this? No, I think the Ford can run that, I think. Don't think that's a 3-point linkage on that. Ford has a little bit more juice under the hood. I think 100 more horsepower under the hood is what we have. I mean, we got the Ford. We need to use it. I only got a half an hour on this thing. And it's meant for field work. Yeah, but now see, as I get further away from the fog, and I'm looking at it thinking, does that look like water? And it does. If it wasn't for the trees coming up through. It's going to be one of those things now where I can't unsee it. Now every time I see fog like that, I want to think, kind of looks like water. Why is the Ford struggling? Oh, it's just got to pick the correct gear first. Now, of course, I wouldn't mind having dual wheels on here. The problem being would be, again, I'm using this as for taking care of the grain. So pulling up beside harvesters or putting it into the silo, I'm going to have the same issues I did on Dark Forest. I don't know, seems like the Deutz was doing better than the Ford. Am I wrong in thinking the horsepower that this thing has? Let's see now that it hit top speed, if it keeps up to top speed. I mean, I'm going downhill, so that helps. I know one thing, the fertilizer is jumping back and forth quite a bit. Well, I'm not using a whole lot of seed or fertilizer currently. Alright, what? I mean, the horsepower on that should be like 300 and something, I thought. For 365, so it's 80 more horsepower than the Deutz, and the Deutz seem to be doing 287, right? Yeah, 287 on the Deutz. So yeah, it's got to be, like Farmer G is saying, probably the gearbox. But I thought once I got up to speed, it would handle it pretty well. But I was wrong. You're just starting a new map, Miles? What map are you starting on? Might actually switch back over to the Deutz. It seemed to be performing better than the Ford, which is unfortunate. I mean, it's getting the job done, but think the Deutz is performing a little bit better. The Polish map with 13 extra crop types. 13? I'll keep a lot of people busy. That's a heck of a variety to have. Of course, the other thing that's going to help me out here is we just plow the fields, and that's always going to slow down your tractors as well. But I do feel like the Deutz perform better. It feels good to get crop back into the ground. And yeah, for what we got to do on the farm, we're not going to be far off from harvesting time. Let me get this little spot right here. It's going to annoy the heck out of me. Oh, come on. I lowered that. Staroese? Yeah, I know that map. I didn't know I had that many different crop types on it, though. I think I'll finish up this field with a 4, but I think I'll put the Deutz back on patrol for planting duties, because the Deutz was doing 7 or 8 miles an hour as it was. Maybe if I do the field over with a 4, not being on a hill, maybe if I can keep it in the same gear, it'll stay at near top speed. Not that I'm in a hurry, but just trying to see what performs better. And of course, once we get to harvest season, our environmental score is going to go up, which means more of a bonus when we sell stuff. So, yep, we're going to harvest this corn in October, put it into the corn dryer, which I don't have yet, but we will have at that point. Oh, I should check to see if anything here will actually take the dry corn. I may have to put down the market after all for that. But I'm kind of thinking I may not have to, being that there's extra crops on this map. He may have already added the extra products to be sold here. Have a look after as soon as I get done planting this corn. I do like the sound of this Ford tractor. Sounds really good. I am curious to see what like the millet, the rye, and the poppy looks like when it grows. That's why I want to give it a go. As we saw though, like on Penier, mustard looks exactly like canola. At least on that map it does. Well, when we started the stream today, this was nothing more than a meadow grass field. And now we got corn. I'm going to switch this over to millet. I hope. It's right. There's millet. So, yeah, I gotta double check to see dry corn, if that's accepted on anything on the map. I think it's called dry corn. Oh, yeah, look at that. The farmer's market will take dry corn. All right, let's get the millet in. I may go over the hour. The other field is huge. So I have no problem going over the 1 hour. I mean, it'll be like $1,000, probably $1,500 going over the hour. I hope it doesn't take me 2 hours plus to plant all 3 fields. Funny you should ask that, Farmer G, because I saw the mod the other day and I was thinking, I'm not sure if I want to, but I don't know. I don't know if we can, can we place the logo where we please, or is it set for each piece of equipment? Is it an option when you buy something to add it on? Because I don't think I would want it on everything. Saw that yesterday before the stream when I was looking at some mods. I think I'm going to go grab the Deutz and put the Deutz back on here. Because I think the Deutz was performing surprisingly better than what the Ford is. Even though we got 80 extra horsepower here. That's an interesting texture in the field. I was kind of hoping that would perform a little bit better. I mean, I'm still happy I got the Ford tractor on the farm, but let's get the Deutz back on the job and see how it does. Seems to be an option that you can use or not. I'll have a peek at it at some point. But I say that about a lot of things that some things I get to, some things I don't. Counter-Strike, like tagging for Farm Sim. Not sure how Counter-Strike and Farm Sim, if they have anything in common. Does seem kind of weird that the nitrogen value seems to be just like going back and forth, back and forth. Could be because it was a meadow grass and I plowed it in. I did get fertilizer in some of it, but not all of it. And that could be throwing it off somewhat. I think after we get a first harvest in, it'll be better. It'll look more consistent next time. Actually, if I throw up the map, we can see how the nitrogen looks. And we can see on the mini map, the nitrogen value looks more, it looks perfect the way it's going in. Oh, the logo mod for... Okay, I can see what you're getting at there. Yeah. Yeah, the Deutz seems to be performing better because it's probably because of the transmission on planting with this. The Ford just couldn't decide on a gear, but it's, of course it's going to change by either going uphill or downhill. Add the logo to your personal edits, and this just seems to make it so you can do it in a game rather than editing the ID3 or i3D. Now, I can see a lot of people using that mod to be able to put their logo on it. You had a flat map that you played on the other day that the mod maker had some weird stripes. Well, just looking at the bottom left-hand corner of the nitrogen, it's all going evenly. So I'm, you know, if I was getting like spotty, if it was like red and green all mixed in together, then that would be a problem. But right now, it seems to be working just fine. I think maybe after I get a harvest in, and I plant again the following year, it probably won't be jumping like it is. Probably some weird way of plowing in the meadow grass and getting some fertilization and some not is what's causing it to do it. I mean, it's looking good on the mini-map, so that's all that matters to me at this point. If you have a tractor you like that has manual, you will usually add CVT or power shift transmission, as manual never really works for you. Yeah, the manual... I try to avoid the manual transmissions as well, but I do like the sound of that Ford tractor, the way it shifts and all that, so it's kind of hard to get away from it. Do the tractor's monitors do anything yet on precision farming? So the monitors don't do anything inside. The dash still will... The RPMs and the numbers on the dash console will do it. But as for like the monitors there, any other monitors on this Deutz, I don't think so. As far as I know, those don't change at all. Oh, and as for the what you can add on the tractors for precision farming, as far as I can see, that still doesn't really do anything for you. It's not needed, so you're kind of spending money for something you don't really need. I put it on a tractor on dark forest and didn't seem to make a bit of difference. Real GPS mod is the only mod you can think of that does anything with the monitors. Yeah, as far as I know, I know of that. I don't use a real GPS system, but I do know it does in real time keep up with things. But as for anything else, there might be some. I'm remembering something else, but it's in the back of my head somewhere. I'll have to dig it on out and see if I can remember what it is. Hello, Big Mac. How you doing? Been a long time since I heard you. Have you stopped trucking? ATS trucking? Nope. I haven't stopped. There'll be a video actually out tomorrow on ATS. Tomorrow is the 300th episode of the Realistic Economy series. But no, I still do ATS. Especially on July 10th when Iowa comes out. We'll be live streaming that day. Thought it was supposed to control that application rate. At least that's what I read. But we all know precision farming has quite a few issues still. Well, as we know, giants sometimes in the help menu or what something says it does don't always go hand in hand. No, I haven't started Euro Truck. I'm just doing ATS. Alright, the millet is in. Now I need to switch that over to oats. But yeah, I know what you're talking about. For those of you who know what we might be talking about with precision farming, when you buy a tractor, and you just click on any tractor here, the Icera Pro Compact, and basically it says, detects real nitrogen demand on your crops. While driving with this sensor over your fields, you'll get some precise information of the nitrogen that is required. With this information, the fertilization will be more accurate and result in a higher yield. I have not seen where that does absolutely anything, and it's $15,000 per vehicle to pop. Is it standard across all vehicles? Is it $15,000 per vehicle? Yeah, $14,950, $14,900. So it's $15,000 per vehicle. I don't use it. I go into the field and you can see nitrogen level is perfect, 160 out of 160. So spending $15,000 per vehicle that you want to use it on, you don't really need it. You can see the expected yield is 87%. Yield potential is 89%. That's because, well, I don't roll my fields or mulch. So that's where I'm not getting the best yield. But I mean, for 2%, I don't know. I still have a hard time. I do see people that say, oh, you got to roll. It's worth it. And for me, to get the extra 2%, the amount of fuel, buying the implement, and the wear and tear that you put on your equipment, I just don't see where it's worth the 2%. But yeah, I haven't seen... In FS22, I didn't see where those sensors on the tractor worked or improved anything either. So I don't know. All I can say is what I've experienced with precision farming and how it seems to work as I see it. But those sensors, I don't think do much for you. Alright, Deutsch, you may struggle going up the hill here, but do your best. Yeah, I've seen people since I started using precision farming also see when I'm plowing a field, they say, well, that's going to really screw up your score. And that's the way it read it in FS22. They said, oh, plowing a field puts your score to 0. But as long as you direct drill after, they'll put your score back up to 100. So it's kind of... I don't know, Giants needs to do just a little bit better in describing on how the game works. Rolling is only worth it if the needs rolling annoys you. I will say the one person, if I do watch YouTube videos now on Farming Simulator, I tend to enjoy watching Chainsaw 100. Because I think his play style is a little bit like mine, although he's a little bit more realistic than I am. Actually, he's a lot more realistic than I am. But I know he loves to roll. If it was more like 5%, then I would really start thinking about it. But at 2% or whatever it is, I just look at him like, nah, I'll skip. It is kind of weird. I am seeing that striped, you can see the stripes in the field after I plant the way it looks. That's just kind of weird. I thought it was because I plowed those fields in that has something to do with it, but it looks like I'm getting the same thing on this field here. Plant your cedar mod with a roller for the win. That's about the only time I'd roll. I thought about rolling here, but I can't get myself to want to do it. I think that Kenzie planter that I used in FS22, I know it is back in 25, but I didn't bother downloading it, but I do believe that comes with a mulcher and roller option. But I would definitely recommend not use the mulcher part, because if you go over a section of the field that you already planted and you have the mulcher on it, it of course will get rid of what you already planted. So you just got to be careful with that. Unless it's been adjusted for 25, but that's the way that planter was working in 22. So actually our environmental score should be going up because it should be registering that I'm direct drilling, so my score should be going up slightly. Chris Riley has that one out for 25. The Kenzie planter. Yeah, I think that came out like about a month ago, maybe a month and a half. Time goes by quickly. I think it was about a month and a half ago or so. Let me just see if my precision farming score should be up in the 60s at this point, I would think, with all the direct drilling I've done. Nope, still showing 56. Probably when I get done with this field, it'll look better. I gotta do more of the field. Boy, that fog is hanging in down at the river. So again, if you're wondering why some of the field is plowed and the rest isn't, when I bought the field from the NPC farmer, of course they had tram lines in there, and the only way to get rid of the tram lines is to plow that section of the field. The field did not need to be plowed, but I just plowed the section where the tram lines were. I tried both of them, and it took a long time to set up, and it was rubbish, so sold them. The Kenzie planters were rubbish. I thought they were fine. If you're talking about they take a second to unfold and fold up, I think the base game one does as well. I think basically what they added to the mod was being able to mulch and or roll together at the same time as planting, and also the different crop types it can plant with, and the working speed. No, I didn't use the mod on the last map. That was the base game. That was the base game Kenzie planter. That wasn't the modded one. So I'm kind of hoping by the time I finish planting this field, I'll have a 100% score on tillage, and our overall environmental score might be up in the 60s. The new Kenzie with Giants requirements forces you to have a hitch on it and mount the roller on the back. It can be a bit fidgety. It also requires you to unfold both the planter and the roller. Lower both of them to plant. That is what he's talking about. But no, I did not roll on the last map. I'm trying to think if I rolled at all in FS25. I may have tried the grass roller somewhere. I think I tried the grass roller because there was a question if that still gave a stage of fertilization by using the grass roller. I think we tried it just to get the answer. That was way back on Riverbend, and I can't remember that far back what that was. Yep, Control V, X, and B will unfold, lower, and fire up everything. that's on that that vehicle that you're currently using. Whoops, almost went past this section. Not sure though why we're getting the stripes in the field, but apparently someone said that's kind of a thing on some maps, or at least they've run into it. First time I've seen it. Must be getting kind of close to the 1 hour on the leasing fee, but if I go over. Can't do much about it. So this field here will get some weeds. So hopefully I can get enough money to get myself a See and Spot weed sprayer. And we'll take care of them to get that. That'll get the score up a little bit as well. I'll try spraying the other fields just for a little bit to see if it does activate, but it doesn't seem to work as it did in 22 if you just spray the field a little bit, even though there are no weeds. It just knows that you were in there with a See and Spot weed sprayer. Used to work in 22, but it doesn't seem to work in 25. So I think by the time we get to the next stream here on New Hope, it'll be right back into harvest season. It's amazing how fast you get through the months when you don't have... The horses have been relatively easy to take care of. Of course, I am using a mod to ride them and clean them. Because if I were doing that, that would take a while. But the horses, other than that, are very easy to take care of. Although, maybe the horse stable, maybe the feed trough that they have is rather huge. I don't know what the other feed troughs, like the base game ones, have. I don't know how big those are. But this feed trough does hold 80,000 liters of food, and they're not really going through it. Although I only have 8 horses in there. I don't have the 16. Although I may buy some more horses soon, because I was kind of nervous about them going through all the food by the time I got to next harvest season. And it seems like I got more than enough. So it might be time to get other horses in there. And I think also, of course, I don't know exactly what the peak month is to sell the horses. Just going to keep the eye on the price. We are running a mod that increases the sale price of horses. So I don't know exactly what that changes. So I think on these first 8 horses, I'm just going to let them ride. Pun intended. Let them ride until we see what the peak price is. And also then, at that time, see how far off they are of having offspring. I mean, getting free horses would be nice, but the newborn horses are only like, I think they were like 200 apiece. So they weren't too expensive to buy the horses anyways. A little disappointed that the horses weren't, they didn't have newborn and adolescent and then full-size horses. Newborn horses are the same size as the adult horses, it appears. I also want to fix the combine before we get to next harvest season. That's going to cost a little bit. I don't know if I'm going to have the money for it. It's about half worn out as we bought it. But it's a heck of a combine to get to start with. So moving forward, looking at what else we'll need for the farm, after seeing what the Deutz and the Ford do with just this drill here, I think we're going to need a little bit bigger tractor. I mean, the big Roy is an option, because that was really cheap for 600 horsepower. Wasn't that only like $220? 20,000 that is, not 220. 219. So yeah, it was pretty close. 219 for a 600 horse. Do I need 600 horse? No, but for the price, if I want to get a tractor like a T8 with 430 horsepower, that's like 350,000. Kind of forgot, though, even though it was just yesterday, when we started here. Of course, we bought this field that had oats in it. I did the soil sampling before we harvested. I forgot what the expected yield was. But we ended up getting 50,000 liters of oats off this field. And I'm hoping now this year, with getting the proper fertilization into the ground, we might get like 60 or 65, maybe. Ooh, we got a lot more to plant. Actually, with the size of the fields, I'm kind of glad we got the big harvester because, yeah, the smaller ones I'd be stopping quite a bit to unload. So by the time I pay the extra hour for the leasing on here, I'm probably going to drop down to maybe like $5,000. And of course, when we go overnight, $20,000, so it'll be negative 15. So, yeah, hopefully that lettuce kicks in because I got to be able to. I think leasing a See and Spot weed sprayer is going to cost just like $6,000. So I think we'll be okay to lease that. But I kind of like the way it's going. We're just, we're struggling a bit with the money, but not enough to where we can't do what we need to do. I mean, we could easily solve the problem by putting down more greenhouses and throwing water manure at it and make a whole bunch of lettuce and not have a money problem. But as I said, I don't want to expand and just bring in too much too quick. Yeah, at some point, the farm will be doing enough where we don't need the lettuce as much. Yeah, so now let's see if you look at the distance, what Farmer G was talking about earlier. You can see the fog down there. And at a long distance, the fog looks like a body of water. Now, there is a body of water there, but the fog is covering up, and the fog at a distance definitely looks like a body of water. Now that he's mentioned it, I will never unsee it. Good night, John. Enjoy the rest of your Saturday night. Have a good Sunday. And again, just a reminder, ATS video for you at some point, but it will be out tomorrow at least. Episode 300. But yeah, I'll be here Monday. As for what I'll be streaming, it'll either be Roadcraft or this, or... Although I do see I got about 5 emails since I started streaming, so I don't know. Maybe I'll get an interesting game otherwise, but one of those two. Appreciate you being here like always. I just want to finish planting up this oat field. We're slowly getting there. I mean, it's 11-meter wide working width, so it's not like it's a narrow drill. It's just that it's a big, wide field. Yeah, I wouldn't need actually more greenhouse. I could just activate other things and sell those as well. But I haven't done the test myself, but everyone says... Apparently someone's done a test, and everyone says lettuce is the way to go. I could put down the small canning production, make some kimchi. I haven't made the kimchi since Riverbend Springs. Hello, Brian. Welcome. Hope you're having a good Saturday so far, and that you've been well. And now the other way. Probably another 10 minutes or so, and hopefully this field will be drilled. Brian, thank you so much for the $3 donation. Very much appreciated. Very generous of you. Thank you once again. Been doing better. That's good to hear. Yeah, the production control, I could have also used that to put, like, the lettuce up to 300%. But, yeah, I'm trying to... I think currently the way we got it, those two greenhouses are doing just exactly the way I want it to go. To where it's like, you can pay off your midnight expenses while bringing in just a little bit of cash to get you to do what you want to do. And we need to work from there. All right, Moet, thanks for being here. Appreciate you stopping in on Saturday for some farming. Enjoy your dinner. Have a good Saturday evening. And enjoy the rest of your weekend. But I would say by the time we finish planting this field today, and we wrap up probably the stream for today as well, after our first 2 days here on New Hope, I like the way the horse stable, I like how it's looking around there. I like the way how it's working out. I like how the way the whole farm is coming about so far. And like I said, I'm happy. Even though the money situation seems like, oh yeah, we're in debt. Okay, we got money. We're in debt. We got money. Yeah, once we get some, like the millet harvested and we store it and sell it at the best time, I mean, it's not going to break the bank when we sell it, but it'll be like, maybe $20,000 maybe. Dry corn, same thing. It'll bring in some cash. It's what we didn't have last year. We just had this oat field, which all went to the horses. You didn't make them so they can be as OP or as modest as you want to be. And that's the good thing about the greenhouses, Farmer G, is that the option is there to where you can make good money off of it or control, if you will, on how much you want to get. So it's things like that, at least for my play style, that fits out good because you can change on the go. It's the options that we have which give the variety of players what they want. And that's the great thing about the Farm Simulator series is we have the option to turn on or off a lot of the things that we do. Like well, not with precision farming, but in base game you can turn off the lime, weeds, stones. You can turn off a lot of things if you don't want to do all the extra stuff. I must have gone over the hour because my money is now down to 5,200. But I'm definitely not going to go over another hour. If I do, something went really, really wrong. And it looks like I'm going to finish this field here without needing more seed or fertilizer. I'm actually surprised I haven't gone through as much fertilizer. I thought I was going to have to refill with fertilizer at some point. Although this field does not look like it has the best soil in most of it. But what are you going to do? These fields will look a little bit better once we get into the month of May because they'll have germinated and we won't see... I mean, I created some of it by plowing some of the field, But also the stripes that we're getting. It doesn't bother me too much. It's just that it's different and it's catching my eye seeing the stripes there. And if the horses keep going up as they are, which is great, if I can get 7,500 for the horses, I think that would be good. 10,000 would be great. Come on, Deutz. You can do it. Now that we also do now have the free placeable mod where I can just place things on on land that we don't own. Because I really don't want to own the land where I'm going to be building the houses. Because that's going to be a residential area. I'm not going to benefit. Well, I'll take that back. When I build the houses, I'm not going to benefit from building the houses. But what we're going to do, as I mentioned earlier, is there is a mod. You may have seen it. It's been out for a long time, actually. I think it might be just called the post office mod. Where we're going to deliver mail to the houses. Sounds kind of weird, but it'll be an interesting little role play. The only thing that gets me about the mod, because I did try it out a little bit way back when, to make the mail, because it's basically a production building, but to make the mail, you got to use water, and I thought I was going to have to use like paper or wood, but no, you put water in the post office and it makes mail. So I was like, why not paper or wood? I suppose I could probably change that if I wanted to. But then the question is, would it be profitable to do so? Because water I can get for free. And you don't make a whole lot of money from actually delivering the mail. It's just a fun little thing to do. But if I were to do it with paper, that would mean I need another production building to make paper. And then, of course, I'm not selling the paper. I'm bringing it to make mail. That would need some number crunching to figure out if it would be worth it doing it that way. Well, one more pass, and that will complete our oat field that we planted, and we now have a corn field and also a millet field. Millet and corn, that's just going to be sold. Well, the corn's going to be made into dry corn, but that's going to be sold as a crop. The oats, that's for the horses. Yeah, I'm surprised, though, I didn't have to refill with fertilizer. Seed, I'm not too surprised I got all the way through. But fertilizer, I'm surprised. So we're going to dump these off in the woods somewhere. 2 pallets of fertilizer and a pallet of seed. You're going to spit it out to the right, aren't you? Just because I want you to go spit it out to the left. Brakes, 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 brakes. Oh, I thought it was 2,000 liters per pallet of fertilizer. It's 1. Oops. Alright, let's just, Oh, here's a dumb question. Well, not a dumb question. Is there a contract for seeding? Wait, what? So there's a sowing contract that pays $0. If you lease the equipment, it'll cost you $640. They want to plant parsnips, but I don't know where would you plant parsnips? I mean, it pays $0, so it's a good contract. There must be a small... Maybe when they made the map, maybe there's a tiny little speck of a created field there somewhere. I don't know. But yeah, I'm not interested in that at all, I guess. Let me drop off the drill. Don't need the mini map anymore. Let's go into vehicles, leasing, Valtra, return. Thank you very much. And there we have it. So the field to the right, that's the corn field that we just planted. Boy, the horses like going down in that pond. And then this field up here is going to be millet. If the millet gives us straw, great. If it doesn't, no big deal. But we're just doing the different crop types to see what they look like. And just have some fun with it. And actually, when I put down this shed, I was like, I don't want a shed this big. But since it's the only one I could afford, and we're going to need it for a couple years, that's working out rather well. The horses, as we know, they're doing just fine on everything. They do got their own manure, so we'll probably use some of that for our greenhouses at some point, but there's no rush as of yet. Yep, here are the horses. And yep, we got ourselves a mod, the horse helper mod, that they do the riding, the fitness, and the cleaning. I'm not sure what the riding and the fitness are. Wouldn't that be like the same thing? If you ride them, isn't that giving them the fitness? I have no idea. But the horse helper is doing that. And yeah, on the food-wise of things, I think they're doing good. Yeah, they still got plenty of hay. They got plenty of oats. And we also gave them some carrots as well. They're looking good. They're up to 4,127 at 8 months old. And the amount of food that they're going through, it seems like horses might be somewhat profitable, but I mean, I did pay $250,000 for the stable, which is an oversized stable, honestly, but it looks great. It has a lot of functions that can do with it. So, I mean, how long would it take for me to get my money back on the horses for what little profit they're giving me? It's like the grapes and olives. It's kind of like, yeah, once you put everything down, buy everything, you can make some okay money, but to get your money all the way back will be somewhat a little bit ridiculous. Get back into the stable. Don't give me that look. Get back into the stable. I'll stick Sam after you. Sam will put you back in. Yeah, you don't look scared at all. Speaking of Sam, Sam's around here somewhere. Who knows where Sam is? Yeah, get back into your stable. There he goes. So yeah, again, eventually this will... Do I still got flight mode activated? Yeah. So out here, this is where the farmyard will be at some point. But currently everything is back here. This shed is just going to be for the horses, so making hay and for straw bales. It'll be for the telehandler. But once we get some sheds, well, some money and some sheds out here, we'll do that. The corn dryer, I would like to put this near this shed or sort of the silo. So I don't have to fill it all, but if I don't even get 40,000 liters, it's not that big of a deal. I think that's how much that holds. And also, wait, is that under silos? I think it's under silos. Right there. It's actually only 3,500. I guess I'd have to put it here. I think that's close enough to that silo. I don't really want to put it over here. I don't want to get anything. I think I'm close enough to the stable. I want to leave some room for that. Yeah, I should have thought about that before I put my hut down. But, yeah, I could probably pop it in here. I can always move it later on. Again, it's a relatively cheap thing to put down. I just want it close enough to the silos so where if I got more than what we have, the extension will just, you know, it'll be tied into the silo. But we'll worry about that later on. But there's our oat field. That'll look a little bit better next month when it grows. Everything will be blended in. It'll be fine. When we started today, this was not here, and neither was that field over there. We created both fields today and got them all planted. They're good to go. pH value was bad. How's pH value bad right there? Oh, because it's way... Okay, it's not under. It's way over. All right. That's okay, I guess. It'll be fine. But yeah, I think next time we're here on New Hope, we'll probably just skip right on to harvest season, which will be... I didn't check on millet. Millet will be good in August. And oats will be, since we plant in the second month, that will also be in August. So millet and oats will be both in August. Corn will be in October, I think. Yes, October. And weather-wise, I don't see no tornadoes, so that's good. Actually, there's no rain in the forecast at all until September. So it's going to be a dry summer. Luckily, that doesn't affect our yield at all. And this up here, this is just meadow grass, nothing special. Grass needs cutting. Yeah, but I got tons of hay bales. I mean, I might do a little bit of that, but that means I got at least a windrower. But we shall see. We'll see how it goes. You know where the stripes are coming in? I think the stripes are coming in where I did terraforming. I think that's what's showing up there. I don't remember doing terraforming over here. I'm getting the stripes. Well, it doesn't matter. But anywho, that's what we're going to wrap it up for today. No stream tomorrow, but there will be an episode of American Truck Simulator. I don't want to say a special episode tomorrow of ATS, but it is a 300th episode of the Realistic Economy series. And I talk a little bit about Iowa, because Iowa was announced. It'll be coming out July 10th. So we got to get that series set up for that. So that's what I kind of did. I'll be posting that later on. So if you're a channel member, you'll have access to that. I don't know, within an hour or two or whatever. So yeah, no stream tomorrow, but an ATS video tomorrow. Monday, it'll either be Roadcraft or back here. Or like I said, if I get another game with high interest, I may stream that as well. But we'll see. On Roadcraft, though, if we are on Roadcraft, which I'm thinking probably 80% sure it might be Roadcraft, we should be able to finish up 2 maps. We should be able to finish up Deluge and the other one. And I kind of want to get those done, so I'll probably be streaming that on Monday. At least I think so. I don't know. I'm going to jump out of here anyways, because now I'm just rambling on. And I'll put everyone to sleep. But I'm going to jump out of here. Appreciate everyone being here on a Saturday for a little bit of farming. New Hope with our horse farm, which is... It's coming together. It's looking pretty good. And I'm excited to see where we can go here in the next couple of years. But appreciate everyone being here. And hopefully I'll see you guys on Monday. But until then, have a good one.